Alrighty. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Oh, why is the webcam so small? It's not supposed to be like that. One sec. We're off to a good start today. Okay. And why the hell is it? Why the hell is it upside down? Sorry guys. Transform. Rotate 180 degrees. There we go. I guess I'll put it there. And I guess. Let's see here. Okay, so Starshift Origins is what we're working on today. Normally we would be working on both games, kind of, but Starshift Origins, which is a prelude or a prologue to the main game, releases October 8th, 2021. I have a good idea of what's going to happen, but it is crunch time because we're getting close. So last time we worked on this, it ended up being where your ship gets rescued, or you find your way to Novus Federation, who's the enemy of the ESA. But you're from a parallel reality. You go and talk with the commander or the commodore, who tells you that you're not allowed to leave unless you, and your ship will get taken from you unless you join them. And you are going after a ship called the Raven, which is from your timeline as well. And so in the beginning of the game, your people kind of had the idea of we need to restore the timeline that we came from. But now it's going to end up being where they have to get the Raven in order to stabilize the timeline where it's at, because there will be more destabilization unless we get that ship. So Novus is trying to get that ship, obviously, because they need, they want to have more power, and they also want to keep their, because if you change the timeline, they might not exist. They're basically just trying to stabilize things. We'll play the last part that we were working on. So I'm going to start with the part where we're at the Commodore's office. Captain Emerson, Lieutenant Archer, I hope you found the station's accommodations adequate. Yes, it has been. Thank you. Did you have a chance to speak with your superiors? Yes. I'm afraid I have some bad news. The Council has decided that they can't allow your ship to leave at this time. What? Why? Your ship and your crew come from what can only be described as an alternate timeline. A timeline which, if restored, means that Novus Federation will cease to exist. This would be an unacceptable outcome. The other ship's name is the ship that you're in as your ship is called the Dauntless, but the ship you're going after is called the Raven. So yeah, we fought too hard for our progress to just disappear in the blink of an eye. You're taking our ship? Relax, Captain. I didn't say that. Then what are you saying? While reviewing your ship's logs regarding the Slipstream Gate, one thing stood out: the heavy cruiser, known as the Raven. What about it? We've seen it before, in previous encounters. Until today, its origin was a mystery. Based on the logs you provided regarding the alien artifacts, it seems the timeline can only be stabilized when the crystals are brought together in balance. which means we have to find and retrieve the Raven. Yes. How are we going to do that without our ship? I never said we're taking away your ship, but we do have terms. What kind of terms? The Council is offering you and your crew membership within the Novus Federation. You will also be able to maintain command of your ship. But you must agree to the following terms and conditions. Under no circumstances will you attempt to restore your timeline. Number 2, you will obey the command structure of Novus Federation, just like any other officer. Which means you'll be taking orders from me. What if we refuse? If you refuse, your ship will be confiscated, your crew will be imprisoned, and your futures will be uncertain. Assuming we agree to your terms, what's next? We need you to find and retrieve the TRS Raven. Only when our 2 ships are brought together can the situation be stabilized. How are we going to do that? I don't even know where to start. The Council has a strategy. The details are still being developed. I know that a significant number of your crew has perished in the attack. I'm assigning officers to assist you in operating your ship. The Council will be ready to convene tomorrow to discuss their strategy. In the meantime, head back to your ship. Get to know your crew. I expect to see you at 0700 hours. Dismissed. Understood. Captain, are we really going to join these guys? Do you think we can trust them? I don't know. We don't exactly have a lot of options right now. Let's get back to the ship and meet our new crew. Yes, sir. So we got this alien commander. This is one hell of a ship you've got here. I'm Commander Kryn Kozar. Commodore Wellington has reassigned me to be your second in command. I think we're going to make a great team. From what I hear, it's going to be a pretty dangerous mission. Have you already been briefed on the situation? Yes. From what I understand, your crew and your ship are from an alternate timeline. What happened to your face? Scars can be removed with a tissue regenerator, you know. It's an old battle wound to remind me of where I came from and what I'm fighting for. What exactly are you fighting for, Commander? One day, we will liberate every colony controlled by the ESA. The very existence of that organization is a threat to the future of all of us. I don't wear this uniform because I want to. I wear it out of duty to protect our way of life. So how is this going to work? I get the feeling that my ship is being taken over. Commodore Wellington made it very clear you are still in command, as long as the terms laid out by him are followed. Commander, any idea about our next mission? I'm just as much in the dark as you are. The briefing on the mission is at 0700 tomorrow. I'm feeling a bit tired. I will make my way to my quarters if you don't mind. Pleased to be working with you, Captain Everson. Since the previous commander was killed, I assume his quarters are still available? Yes. It's Unit 17. I'll see you at the briefing tomorrow. Thank you, Captain. What do you think so far about Commander Kozar? I don't know. I'd feel more comfortable with you as second in command. But terms clearly state that we have to obey their command structure, otherwise we lose the ship. We'll play along for now. Keep your eyes open for anything suspicious. Thank you, sir. Lieutenant Magnus Archer left the party. So, that's where we're at right now. That's the part where we're at. So, what I think I'm going to do is give the player a little bit of a clue. You know, maybe the captain says to herself, says to herself, I'm feeling pretty tired as well. Then I'll put it in parentheses, like she's thinking to herself rather than talking to nobody. Or maybe, actually, you know what? I'll have her talk to Magnus. As well. Well, yeah. You're right. His terms are control. He is trying to control the situation. Because the Novus, like, comes off like they're good guys, but they're really not. They're duplicitous, and they might have a little bit different agenda than the ESA to some extent, which I haven't fully fleshed out yet. But yeah, they're not good. They're not good guys. At the very best that they have to offer, they're neutral, or they're morally ambiguous. At 0700 hour, he already said the terms. But at 0700, what's going to happen is you're going to be introduced to the military council that had a plan for... Because Wellington said, we've seen the Raven before in previous operations. We didn't know its configuration was unknown. We didn't know what it was until we viewed the log from your ship, from earlier. And we have a plan, but the details are still being worked out. And then at 0700 tomorrow, you get to see their plan. And that will lead to the next part of the story that will lead to a big space battle. And then from there, I'm not quite sure, but it will end up being the Raxion incident where 50 million people get killed. So, yeah. So that's what's going to happen. So the military council is going to say we have accurate intelligence that the Raven is going to be at Raxion during such and such crap, and this is our chance to strike. And then you go there, and you do have a real chance of getting that ship, like you're getting really close to getting the ship. And then that's when the ESA just goes nuts and just wipes out the planet, just totally wipes it out. And Yes, the relationship between Archer and the captain, green guy, Archer and Everson and captain hold secrets from the others. Yeah, I do want to make it so that, like, they're playing along, because they're kind of being held captive, even though they have... The captain is still the captain, but if the captain makes a decision that the Novus crew disagrees with, then the ship will get, taken over by them. And I think that partially the reason why Wellington is letting you have fake control of the ship still is because it's because you know things about the other ship that they don't know, and they don't know your ship as well as you do. So they want to kind of maintain control. The Raxion incident will be a big battle, and then I think I want to make it so that you go to the surface after you win the battle. You go to the surface, and maybe the Raven is down there. Maybe the Raven is inside of like a hangar dock or something, and And that is why they wipe out the planet, because they they can't get to you in time, and so they're like, we gotta cut this off right now, and that's what I'm thinking, something like that. And then going to the surface will also be another dungeon where there's more gameplay with the actual like characters that you fight as in for the normal battles, and maybe something like that. But maybe it's not the Raven. Maybe they are reverse engineering the Raven to create the slipstream chamber, which might be the version of it that humans can go through, which is the main thing in the main game. That they talk about the slipstream chamber, but they don't talk about the slipstream gate, because the gate is the one for ships and the chamber is the one for people. So maybe it was easier for them to do the one with ships because it was like you put a crystal on the ship, the crystals are powered by the ship, and it just has a lot more power. Whereas maybe the slipstream chamber was such that they couldn't get an operative back if you used it. And then they figured out how to miniaturize the technology. And I'm kind of thinking something like that. And then as the last part, your characters decide to go through the gate or through the slipstream chamber, which is kind of like, it's going to end up being like a little Stargate. And I think what and I think the ESA has a piece of technology that if they send a person back, because how do you get somebody back if you send them to a previous time period and there's no gate to go back through? I kind of want to make it so that you have like a tether, like a transponder or something, that when you press the button, it sends you back to where you came from at the same time. And of course, when you go through the gate as the captain and archer or whatever, you don't have one of those transponders. So you're basically lost in time. And at that point, that's where the flash of light is. And then what happened to them is a mystery. But I think I'm going to make it so that in the main game, they come back. And they're older or something. Because in the main game, I want to make it so that you, as the Outer Rim Coalition, which is a third faction, you somehow are able to get both ships. You're able to get the Raven and the Dauntless. And then that's when it's all been put into balance. But that's when both sides are going after you like rabid dogs. And so that's kind of what I'm going with. That's kind of the angle. But again, it's rough. I make this up as I go along. It's freestyling. And so not even I know the details. Just that the rough idea, and then I come up with excuses for why the rough idea makes sense. And that's my storytelling style. So I think that when they're doing the plan, I'm gonna do like a nice little strategy map of like military maneuvers and stuff. So something like this. I'll show you from my main game. Something like this, but better, because I know how to make it better now. But I'll show you. If I have a save file that's close to where I need to be. If not, I have a video, but it's more outdated. No, I don't think I have a save file, so I'll bring up the video of it. One sec. Psychronic Games. It's called Operation Galactic Storm. So, yeah, here we go. So I'm going to do something like this, but better. You know, welcome everyone. This meeting is to discuss the war. Station 11 is a prime target. USA Central Command did not expect that the rebels would attack the heart of our territory so soon. Oh, by the way, I gotta check the sound settings. We need to hit them back where it hurts. Without the valiant efforts of our crew, our Station 11 would have been compromised. We were lucky, but we can't continue to rely on luck. Okay, good. That's where it needs to be. She comes with Deputy Director Alice Cromwell. She comes from Central Command. She'll explain. We are fighting an enemy committed to our total destruction. They used to be part of the alliance that binds us all together. They have become traitors to their people. Even now they are working with their co-conspirators. The Krill have provided the rebels with advanced technology. If not for the Krill, we would have easily crushed their nascent movement long ago. Nobody should be worried. We're going to win this war. We have the numbers, we have the resources, and time is on our side. We will utterly obliterate those worms. The ESA Navy will be moving forward with Operation Galactic Storm. Something like this, where you have the like territory map and maybe not a territory map, but maybe a solar system map, and then you have like these little like triangle things to represent the ships and representing like that you're going to do a pincer attack or like something like that. If our fleets were to attack now, we would take heavy losses. We need to break the back of these worms in one fell swoop. Nexus Station is the transfer point for most of the Krill technology flowing into the hands of the rebels. We have to cut the rebels off from their lifeline. We are going to destroy Nexus Station. The Cainite Pack has also entered into a defensive pact with the Krill, or with Novus. They are far weaker than the Krill. We have the superior number of ships. We must use this to our advantage. Novus knows we want to take Nexus Station, so we throw them off a bit by initiating a full-scale assault on the Cainites. If we attack the Cainites, Novus will need to divert resources away from Nexus Station to defend their allies. This is the moment when Nexus Station is vulnerable to attack. After Nexus Station falls, they won't stand a chance. Operation Galactic Storm will begin in 5 days. We still have much preparation before this operation will be successful. More details will be provided on a need-to-know basis. I have been assigned to Station 11 for the duration of the war. I have been sent to ensure operational victory. Please come to my office if you have any questions. The CIC admires and respects the work you do. We wouldn't be here without your support. Long live the Alliance. So, kind of like that. With the map, I gotta create it. I gotta do all of that. I gotta create it. But I can do it. I think what I'm gonna do is not have the territory map and just have like what looks like a planet with just stars around it, which I can kind of like cobble it together, and then do the strategy map on top of that map. with the ships and stuff. And so yeah, we just got to get started. We just got to get to her quarters. So this alien, we got to get her ready to go in her quarters. Yeah. Whatever one has like an alien on the wall. Either this one or this one. I think this one's probably more appropriate. And have her be activated by switch 694. 694. Have her laying on the bed. And then, yeah, I think I'll do this track. This is kind of like the, this track is kind of like what I use when somebody's having a serious discussion with you, but they're like a trusted friend, and they're like, be careful, blah, blah, blah. Something like that. So, because the player might not know where to go down here. So I want to make it so that Magnus is down here. And he's basically like, Captain, something's not right. The alien girl is Commander Kryn Kozar. So she has been assigned to be your first officer. Wellington said, "Here, this is your new first officer now." This one is by somebody named Eric Matthias, and it's called Techno Isolation. Auto run event. And it'll be triggered by a new switch. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell with the aliens. I did technically use the female set But I guess I'll leave it up to the player to decide. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then gets deactivated by that. Okay, so. And then this one will be. We'll have it where she's trying to sleep, so it'll just go access denied if you try to walk in there. I need to change that to beep negative. One sec, getting a phone call. Happens all the time. Somebody I definitely don't want to answer the phone for. Somebody, yeah, because what I do besides the game is like we run a tiny home, 2 tiny home communities as homes now, and some people really try to get in, and this is a guy that is tied to multiple assaults and is in prison, and he keeps calling like, and if I don't answer the phone, he'll call like 8 times in a row, and he's like, when can I get in there? When can I get in there? Blah, blah, blah. And so I just like, I'm like, I don't want to answer the phone for you. So I just turn my phone off because He's gonna call it 8 more times. Okay. Now we're saying magnets. Magnets? Captain. Our ship is crawling with these marines. Ship is crawling with these marines. They far outnumber our crew, our own crew. Something doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right, because by the time you get the ship in the main game, the ship was stolen by Artemis Resner, who's like basically like a space pirate. But before she took over the ship, it was in control of Novus. Novus had control of the ship, and it was a Novus crew. So whatever happens at the end of this mission, your ship is going to get taken over. It is going to be like, all right, now that you've achieved your objective, we're taking over the ship now. It's kind of like they need you to get to the Raven, but then once you've done what they wanted, they throw you away. That's kind of what I'm going for here. And they make sure that you're heavily outnumbered, so when they make that move, you're kind of held hostage. And it's creating a very uneasy feeling with the crew. So something like that. Captain, our ship is crawling with these Marines. They far outnumber our own crew. Something doesn't feel right. I can't guarantee the security of the ship under these circumstances. Noticed her son now. I noticed the number of personnel as well. I noticed the number of personnel as well. Have to do the best we can. Well, I think that Magnus and the captain like really do trust each other, and they came from, you know, a normal reality where their ship and crew is loyal and everything's good. I think I need to make it more like the green alien person that's your new commander is trying to drive a wedge between you and your crew, or Everson's crew and her. So, like questioning her decisions, challenging her, even though she's the captain, while Wellington is giving a free pass to whatever Commander Kozar is wanting to do. So your ship is basically kind of like soft core being taken over, like in a phased rollout, so to speak, and then of course you fight back in some way when it culminates, and I think it's going to culminate in the middle of the mission when you're about to get the Raven, and they basically hold a gun to your head at that point. And so what I think I'm going to have the captain do, I think the captain should trust Archer. I think the captain and Archer should be keeping information from Novus and having their own plan that's like, okay, like we know this is going bad, and be prepared, and we have to, you know, we have to come up with a plan. And oh yeah, maybe something like that where the captain and Archer come up with a plan where they can leave in a shuttle or something. Like look, get this prepared, Archer, and you know, when I give the signal, you know, beam us to the shuttle so we can escape. Although she would abandon her crew, so that's not cool. Something like that though, where she gives an order, he presses the button, and then the ship goes into lockdown or something. Yeah, but yeah, a wedge. Yeah, that could work for the shuttle plan though, because it can be like the crew starts to turn against her when she didn't do anything wrong, and there's just so, or maybe the Novus kill her crew. Like they get to the point. I always thought when I first made this that there'd be something where the crew dies. So maybe Archer and the captain survive, but Novus literally murders the crew. Or something like that. But the reason why they didn't murder them right away is because they needed them to get to that point. And maybe the reason why they kill the crew is because you did try to restore your timeline. Like you didn't listen, and you got to the point where you could get to the Raven, and then you really do try to restore your timeline because you don't like living in this world, and it's just not home, so you're trying to get back, and that's when they go full Cujo on you, basically. Something like that. But you could be a variation on that. Maybe it's not kill, maybe it's imprisoned. But I think kill would be good, because if her crew is killed, she has a reason to run away with Archer. And maybe Archer's security team from the beginning of the game is still is alive too. And that leads to them going to the surface because they have nowhere else to go because the ship's been taken over. And then that's when, since they have nowhere else to go, they go through that time gate. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that works. Maybe that there's something on the surface, research being done with time technology. The Raven is kind of hanging out in that solar system a lot because it's part of that research. And so you go into that system, and there's a big space battle, and the Raven's in that battle, and your ship is in that battle too, and also a bunch of Novus and ESA ships. And then once you defeat them in battle, because I wasn't sure whether you were going to end up going on the Raven or not, but I think you're not. It's going to be where, yes, now that we've won and the Raven's engines have been disabled, beam over the security teams. And then that's when Novus takes over the ship, and then they take over the Raven, and then at that point, we don't need you anymore. And they say that to you, we don't need you anymore. And they just start fucking murdering your crew. And then that's when you find a way to escape and go to the surface, and you break into some facility where the gate is... Yeah, that could work. You know, that your crew starts to be like, well, maybe we should stay. I mean, that's an option. But I'm almost thinking that the crew would trust the captain, and they would trust whatever the captain says because they're loyal to her and everything like that. It's not like your own crew. From your own original crew was against you. They trusted you. So but Novus though isn't part of your crew. They're trying to maintain control, and they're just using you to get what they want. And then once they do get what they want, they don't need you anymore. And you have nowhere to go, so once you've been removed and your crew's been murdered, you have no reason to stay. And a few survivors get onto a shuttle, or I'll just have them beam down to the surface. And then at that point, they're being chased down in some kind of facility, and then you go through the time gate. And the reason why ESA wipes out the planet is because they don't want you to get access to that technology, or they don't want Novus to get access to that technology. Novus killed your crew, but they would have still gotten access to that technology, and the ESA is like slash and burn tactics. If they're going to take this planet, slash and burn. And then at that point, none of the original crew are alive except the people who made it to the time gate and went through it. And then the flash of light. And then that way you get another like big tactical battle, and then you get another dungeon where it's the in-person battles. And then, you know, you're being chased and you're being contained, and you get to the final room, and then you go through the gate and it's a flash of white. And then it's the same music once you go through the gate and you get that flash of white. It's going to be the same music as the beginning of the main game. So if I go to the music track called Gateway, this is the track that's played at the beginning of the main game. You start with a flash of white, and then you pick your character, and then the person standing over you is like, we know that you used to work in the ESA Navy. You know, what's their... Because if they're ESA, they're not going to say, we know you worked in the ESA Navy. They're going to be somebody that's not the ESA, but it's a kind of a mystery. But I'm thinking it might be the people like the captain and everybody who went through the time gate. And then that part won't be the end of the game, but it'll be like you wake up at that point and they're standing over you like halfway through the game. So I think I'm going to play the same music when they go into the gate, so that it like directly links together, like something like that. And you see, this is like a mysterious... This is just a music video thing, but there's like a mysterious character going through a gate, which the track name Gateway actually makes a lot of sense. Because in the main game, it's like literally somebody standing over you when you first start, when you're picking your character. And maybe the person standing over you is some of the captain's crew that survived when they went through the time gate. See, you don't know who they are. And, you know, are you male, female, are you Terran? It's hard to tell what you look like under all this blood. And then this is when you pick your character, and so I think that really works, though. I really do. And then the nice thing is that when you play the main game, you don't really get to see much of Novus. You see them like fucking around with people, and you attack them and stuff, but you didn't really get a gauge as far as who they really are. So that's what's cool about the prologue being where you're working with Novus, because when you play the main game, you'll already kind of know a little bit about him, because in the main game they don't come up that much. They come up as like a faction, but you're not like working with them or you know what their leadership structure is like or anything like that. And I do think that this is probably about 5 years before, like the prologue is probably 5 years before the main game, and something like that. And something happened to Novus in those 5 years where they got corrupt by the ESA, and it becomes the fake war. The time gate is the same thing as the slipstream chamber. The slipstream gate is for the ships going through it, and the slipstream chamber is for people going through it. And the explanation I'm going to have is that the ESA has the slipstream chamber, but it wasn't shipped to Earth yet. It was on Raxion, and then they brought it to Earth, yeah, something like that. I don't know. I got to come up with the details there, but I think it's like I think it's coming together. I really do. We got a good rough idea here. I'd like to request your permission to implement a plan in case it all goes wrong. I'd like your request your permission to implement a plan in case I'd like to request your permission to implement a backup plan in case it all goes wrong. In case it all goes wrong. In case it all goes wrong. Trust me, Captain, I've got this. We need a code word. When you say the word, I'll execute. Code word, though. When you say the word, I'll execute the plan. Then I gotta have her say the code word has to be something weird, something kind of weird. Something that you wouldn't normally say in passing. Especially in the future. About trying to think of a good word that will sound cool when she's in trouble on the bridge and it's like, Lieutenant Archer. And then she just says the word, and then they get beamed out or whatever right away. How about well, yeah, they're gonna run into something unexpected for sure. But there has to be a code word, because you can't. If you're in trouble, the captain can't just be like, Lieutenant Archer, blah 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 blah, and like giving specific orders. She's kind of leaving it up to him to come up with the plan, and he just needs a code word, and then he'll execute the plan. Maybe something that has to do with something getting done. How about I think for now I'm gonna go with piston. Yeah. Those are people names. No, let's generate. Yeah, how about, I kind of like Sirius. Sirius. Yeah, with an S. That sounds good to me. computer, what is the time? And then it'll be like 06:57. And then it's like, oh my god, I'm going to be late. And then that means that when you get there, everybody's already there. It's just easier that way. Of course, as one of the final things that we're going to do once we're closer to completion of the game is there is going to be a quest journal. So like it'll tell you where to go, kind of tell you roughly where to go, which is very important. If you make a game without a quest journal, it's kind of a lot harder to tell what to do next. So let's see here. Let's try it out and see if it worked. That is a minor thing we need to fix. Yes, the word I came up with is serious. Not like your like the star system, Sirius, like Sirius B and whatever. The name of a star. But see, now that you're walking around your ship, you can see all the guards. Like they're just, and I'm gonna even add more of them. They're just gonna be like patrolling the hell out of the ship, like you feel surrounded in your own ship. And then you see they have the officers like walking around and patrolling on the bridge, and yeah, like it's meant to make your crew feel a little intimidated. Now, Archer's not supposed to be standing here. This is a bug that will fix itself when I replay the game all over again. I fixed it after I already saved past where I needed to. Yes, that's serious. Yes. This one's just open. Oh, I must have fucked up that door. Objects 1 skinny. Magnus? Captain, our ship is crawling with these Marines. They far outnumber our own crew. Something doesn't feel right. I can't guarantee the security of the ship under these circumstances. I noticed the number of personnel as well. We just have to do the best we can. I'd like to request your permission to implement a backup plan in case it all goes wrong. Trust me, Captain, I've got this. We need a code word, though. When you say the word, I'll execute the plan. How about serious? I gotta put a period at the end of that. Serious. Got it. Sweet dreams, Captain. Same to you. Computer. Magnus is walking up there after. Okay. I gotta make it so that Magnus turns off after the screen fades out. again. Do. Boom, boom, boom. And then I need to do a save file that's a little later, so I don't have to watch that again. Actually, you know what? Serious sounds kind of like the word serious, like let's be serious. So maybe I want to use something more unusual. Like, what about, you know, I think I have a good one. I just need to know how to spell it. What about Beetlejuice? No, not the name of the star. Yeah, Beetlejuice. Because it's an unusual word you would not ever say normally, but like Magnus or Lieutenant Archer, Beetlejuice. Like it could work. Yeah, Beetlejuice is good. I noticed the number of personnel as well. We just have to do the best we can. I'd like to request your permission to implement a backup plan in case it all goes wrong. Trust me, Captain, I've got this. We need a code word, though. Oh, I gotta put the period at the end of that sentence. Sweet dreams, Captain. Same to you. Computer, what's the time? Oh, 6:57 hours. I must have overslept. I need to get to the briefing. Oh, that's weird. The doors normally worked. I don't know what the problem is. The doors used to work. I don't know what's wrong with them. It's so weird they worked. They just recently worked. And then they work after a couple times. Weird. I'm gonna reload it. And now it works when I reload it. There must have been something wrong with, like, maybe whatever I did in the event fucked this up. Or maybe it's a fluke, but yeah, I guess they weren't working. Well, yeah, they have to be, because you have to be able to walk over it. But maybe I could just make it same level and then do through, I guess. Yeah, I gotta do it like that. Yeah, I'll get to that later. Welcome, John Doe News. So now we're gonna go to the, military council and their plan, where we have the strategic map for what comes next. Or I could just do it, where it's the same as the character, like the same level, but then I just turn through on, the character through on, walk forward, through off. That way it's easier without having to do switches. Okay. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thanks for the wait. Yeah, but I ended up changing Sirius to Beetlejuice because I thought that was fun. Okay, now we gotta make this room. We gotta make this like where I want it to look like a grand strategy room, like a command center with like a council around kind of a round table where there's all kinds of stuff being displayed on the table. So we have to get into that. It's actually after the red giant star. Okay. So now we gotta have some music for when you sit down at the table. I think I'm gonna do the army, I mean this one right here, because it sounds like a military plan is being formulated, you know, from this track, is the vibe I get. And this might involve me making more to the tile set just by chance because we have to make this table and everything. But I have a good idea of what kind of table I'm trying to make with. We'll see. Yeah, the music is very important, and I comb the internet looking for free CC0 licensed or CC3 licensed tracks, and I literally have to play the music that is going to be in the scene, because if it's the wrong music, it just doesn't feel right, and it takes away from the game. So it's like very important. We'll make this room like round. And on our YouTube channel, we have a playlist for the official soundtrack, and we are just adding new. I pretty much add one new track per day, rather than overloading it in one day with all of them. Maybe I'll play something else while I'm building it. Not this one. Because I have some tracks that are really like different than the main vibe, because when you go like on alien worlds and maybe they're like a primitive planet, or like it's like a beach resort or something, it'll be like of a different vibe. than because a lot of the stuff in space is like hardcore techno and shit because it fits with a sci-fi. Yes. Yes, you're right. I didn't notice that. Fucked up something here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, oh. Sorry, I'm like trying to fuck up my lack of symmetry here. And these ones can go off the screen, no problem. Why can't I get this right? It's like, okay. I'll play a different one now. Yeah, maybe I could do that. reason why I usually do squares instead of circles. Okay. And now we just need like a big, like round table in here. So this layer, D, I can take out layer D and use that for the big table. Yeah, I mean, I have to do the variety of music myself, and then on the parts where I'm doing Photoshop and stuff, I just kind of rotate between tracks. I'm gonna make it a circular table, but I'm just using this as a starter template. Because it's gonna match the same, you know, basic art style. And then it won't be a perfect circle because you're not looking at it from above like that. It'll be kind of more oblong. I've got kind of a wavy ridge there. Might have to do it. Oh no, whatever. Actually, maybe if I do the bicubic automatic, it'll make it smoother. No. Yeah, I think I know what to do here. Now what we'll do is actually, yeah, the basic table itself will just be black because on the top, because that is, it's like a screen, like a computer screen, and then I'll make a character set where there's animations going on, like where there's a planet in the middle and animations are happening. But I just have to make the base table. So let me go back to that art style again. Go for Battle 2.0. Maybe if I just make another circle underneath it, that might be easier. then maybe we give the second circle like the look of this. And let me try fucking with the proportions and see if... I think the default was good. Yeah, have fun. Have fun on your own project. Thanks for stopping in. Run into a little bit of like, because I just have to make this up as I go along, and I'm kind of like still learning how to do some stuff in Photoshop, so like proportions of what looks good, especially circular is hard, but something new, so I'm trying it. Yeah, sounds good. Maybe if I look at something else, like a circular table. No, I'm working on it. I'm just thinking about it. Okay, I have an idea. Middle circle. And then we have to change the stroke to be internal. Feel like it looks like shit. I'm trying to just see if there's something, and of course they all have like where it's on a stand or something. Where there's legs to it. Oh, maybe something like this. Maybe if I take another layer that's like railings and shit. Sort by name. Yeah, maybe that'll work. And yeah, like I'll take something like this, and then take like a leg, like these type of legs, and maybe put them underneath it in a circular pattern. Shadows for now. Damn it. I don't know if there will be a circle base right now. What I'm trying to do is just make like multiple legs all around it and see what it does. It's just something I'm trying. It might not work. No, I don't know if this is gonna work. I know what I want in my head. I see it, but it's just not quite right. I mean, this almost is right. This almost works, but I just don't know. Sometimes I just gotta do it. Yeah, that kind of looks good when the bottom layer is darker. And then I think I should do what I do on this one, where I make like what looks like circuit board pattern going up. Yeah, that's starting to look better. Giving it some texture, basically. And I can make different... I mean, this is why I use this technique on the original tables, because it was like a way to give it texture, but without knowing how to do good shading. Because shading is still one of the areas I'm not very good at. And then what I do is I make the tiles different, like slightly different colors, and it makes it look like it's shaded when it's not. Because you learn little tricks along the way where you can mask like your lack of skill with just like drawing it a certain way, and then it makes it look passable. Like there's people that can do this way better than I can. But again, I'm self-taught and I learned from nothing. So, and I get better over time, just with practice. But you can see, right? It's starting to come together. It's starting to look more like that's a column in the middle, and it's gonna look even better when I color all these different colors too, like slightly different shades of gray. And then as it starts to get smaller, I make the tiles smaller and smaller between each tile. So it looks like the same type of pattern becoming smaller as you get further in the distance on the circle. Like that. wonder why it's not letting me paint. Or it's not letting me paint just one at a time. Maybe the color is too similar to black. So I do that, and then I do 1 1 1 1 or 1 5 1 5 1 5. Ah, why is it doing that? It's supposed to work. Oh, okay. Oh, I know why. Because it's not, these layers aren't merged, so it was painting the whole layer underneath because the gray connected with the other gray. But when I selected all layers, it takes all layers into account. And I think I want to make the darker parts on this side so that it kind of has the appearance of shading. Yeah, I think it's getting there. I really do. Maybe make this part a little bit. I think when it's extended out like that, it looks a little weird. Maybe just like a lip. Now I'm almost feeling like this is a little too dark down here. There we go. Okay, I think I want to make another circle on the inside. That really is the screen. And then the outer rim part will be textured like the other part of it. I just hate how the circles look a little rough. And it's like too late to go back now. Like, ugh. I might just leave it. Actually, let me look at it at 100%. like, of course, like, why is it this thin? Like, what the fuck? Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, like they have like little tablets sitting on the desk. Like, yeah, that's a good idea. Ah, but the circle's getting so fucked up. Okay. Okay, I'll make another circle. I'll make another circle and see if it's smoother. Make this part a nice gray, and then we have to give it the weird pattern like the rest of it too. But it's looking good. I mean, it's not looking good, but it's passable. I'd say right now it's like a C. Like it'll be like a C+ grade in school. But let me view the extras, because the reason why I put the grid over it like this is because these squares are 48 pixels by 48 pixels, and those are the same size as like when you have one of these squares in RPG Maker, and it's like there's a square, that's a square. And each of those squares is 48 by 48 pixels. So it lets me know when I'm placing stuff on the map, like what it will look like if I have to offset something to the side or not. So see, on the bottom part of the table here, it's relatively in the center, which means that if I have an object or a little tablet sitting there, it'll sit right on there. But I wouldn't want to put a tablet right here because it would be halfway on the screen here. But here could work, and here could work, and here, and here, and here, and here. Probably not here unless it's angled to the right or something. But I think it's good enough to make that work. I think I'm gonna change to something else. Let's see here. Hey, what's up, A Developments? Welcome. Welcome to the fun. I'm just trying to pick another music track for me to keep working in Photoshop really quick. I'll do this one for a while. Maybe make this one like bigger so that I don't have to do as much intricate lines. So it doesn't take me as long. This is going to be kind of a pain in the ass. This is the stuff I don't like right here, is pixel by pixel stuff. I just feel like it takes too long, but sometimes I have to do it. Serious tactical music. Tactical, okay. Let's see. This one could work, I think. This is the theme. This is basically the theme song for Director Ra, who is one of the villains, but not the main villain. Because he always comes in like by surprise with his fleet, and he's like, "Surrender now, or you will be destroyed." And then the battle starts. It's funny what this track is called. It's made by somebody named Emma M.A. and it's called Generic Trailer. I could see this as a trailer for like some movie that's coming out. Speaking of which, by the end of this weekend, I need to make a Starshift Origins trailer so that I can help advertise it. The reason why I'm working on the game rather than the trailer is because there's not enough gameplay yet to do a trailer. So I have to get to the massive space battle because that part will make a good trailer. That part will be a good part of the trailer. Yeah, you're in a world, destroyed by war. One hero it will fulfill his destiny. You know, just something bullshit like that. As far as what this music makes me feel like. Try a different one. Let's try a different tactical. This one's one I use a lot too for tactical battles. That whenever there's a tactical battle or a battle involving armies, anything with like the drums in it, like the marching drums, anything military and with like those drums, it works. It's not very long. It's actually only part of a song because I edit the songs sometimes or the tracks to be able to be infinitely looped. Because sometimes a track might have like a part that loops very well, like mixed with a slow part that doesn't make sense for like what you're trying to do. So this is one of those tracks. It's a short track, but it does loop well. Especially if you're fighting a ship battle or something, it makes sense. Let's see what else. Nope, not that one. Even though I like it, it's just for when you find people dying in a prison kind of vibe. The undead, I guess that makes sense. Trying to find something that speaks to me right now. Sometimes this takes up time just to find the right music track to play. I'm gonna go for this one for now. And like the kind of vibe I'm going for with the music for the most part is like those old school RPGs from the 90s, but like remastered. Like it has like those like a melody that you can kind of say the notes in your head, but a remastered version. But it does have kind of like that Nintendo-y vibe to it. So you can hear the 8-bit right now in the background. And a lot of these would be like battle tracks, or like maybe you're fighting a boss or something, where it's tough. Oh, I have a tactical one I can use. The one that I remember. I don't remember the name, but I think I can find it. I'm trying to, oh, here we go. This is one I've used in tactical battles too. Like everything's on the line and they're trying to break through the wall. We need your troops to hold them back. Blah, 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 blah. Actually, I want to show some context. This is a tangent, but where this track was actually used, and I think it fits a tactical battle really good. Like this video is a tactical, like you're about to fight some kind of tactical battle, and you know, you're with these guys and they're all getting like bloodied and fucked up. And, you know, you go into the enemy camp and, you know, the one guy who helped you in the beginning betrays you and you end up having to fight him in a battle. And so this is where the track has been used. So it's like a war zone. Like this story is called the Kelvana Incident, and it's a side quest. And it's basically like you go to a planet that's post-apocalyptic because the ESA wiped them out. And like they're gonna come back to finish the job. So it's kind of like my game is hardcore sci-fi, but you can land on a planet that's primitive, or you can land on a planet that's post-apocalyptic or whatever. And so when you're fighting this army battle, you bring your troops in because you're actually trying to save these guys because the ESA is going to come back and like finish the job, wipe out their planet completely, and you're trying to convince them that you're there to help them, and they don't believe you. But then after they realize you were trying to help them, they join you, and you have like a new ship and some new people to join your crew. And yeah. So I think that like when people first play my game, they like don't know that the army battles are going to happen. Like they know that the ship battles are going to happen, and then I think when you actually fight with armies, it takes them off guard. It might take them off guard. Like and then I try to make it like as much as possible. I try to make it cinematic in some way. Like this, for example, is an example. So when you fight this space battle, come on, load. And then it's like, because this game involves time travel, but you're not the time traveler. You're like trying to stop the people from time traveling. You're like trying to stop them, and they're all doing all kinds of chaos and stuff. And so then it's like the troops land, and I try to make it look like it's like 3D when they're landing. Like these are enemy troops landing, and you're trying to like defend whatever. Just try to make it seem like a really cool movie or like a TV episode or something, but like game. But yeah, that is where it's at. Sometimes I like to get put on tangents. I'm gonna go for this one right now. Sometimes the more techno-y ones are what just kind of gets me into a trance, and then I just keep working. We're almost done with this table. Then the fun part. And my goal today, and maybe it's a goal I won't be able to achieve, but my goal today is to get to the space battle, like at least where the space battle is about to start. This is definitely like boss music. You're fighting a boss. That's hard. It's called Cyber Ops. this layer now. Rasterize the layer effects, and then put another stroke around it with black. Now I kind of feel like playing something a little more calm. Maybe like a nice, like you're wandering through the forest. With all the little woodland creatures like squirrels and other shit. Okay, I think that this is, well, it's not the best table, it's like a C+. So I think that's good enough for now. And what I'm going to do is put it in the map and see what it looks like. And in the main game, you will go to this station, so we're actually killing two birds with one stone by doing this right now, because this is something I'd have to make in the main game anyway. This one's called Cathedral, which kind of makes sense. It sounds like a cathedral. I use this track for, like, when the Krill, the more religious of the Krill are like, the time has come, the prophecy is going to be fulfilled. Like some context, because their religious movement is called that's Cathedral of Rusted Cars. That one is different. This one's literally called Cathedral, just Cathedral. Because in the main game, and I don't know if I've talked about this part though, but in the main game, the Krill, for example, the ones that look like traditional aliens from Roswell, New Mexico vibe, they are a species that's had space travel and everything for a long time, like 1,000 years or 1,500 years or some long-ass time, but they've stagnated and they're going backwards. So they're powerful, they're advanced, but they're like losing the knowledge gradually, and like some of them are returning to the old ways. And the ones that are more religious are basically have like prophecy in their scriptures that talk about that their leader from 1,000 years ago or whatever claimed to be a time traveler, and of course most people think it's bullshit, but it'll turn out that they really were a time traveler. And the movement is basically like, this is the prophecy. It said that the war would start with 4 lights, 3 extinguished, blah blah blah. So this is kind of like the context for it, with where I use that track. Like they're singing and they go, what is this? They're singing. Ugh. And so she is a scientist and has like contempt for the more religious Krill, and so she's just kind of like, see what I have to deal with. The Krill have wide vocal range, nothing more. Brothers and sisters, our time has nearly arrived. The events taking shape. They are exactly as the scriptures of time predicted. The scriptures predicted a war would begin with 4 great battles. The war will begin with 4 lights, 3 extinguished. We are the remaining light, the children of time. We are the chosen ones. We are the future. Chosen by who? Chosen by time. Time is not conscious. It doesn't make choices. That's where you're wrong. Just wait. You'll see. Yeah. Whatever. Everyone, get out of here. Invaders have hacked our security countermeasures. You're in danger. You're not safe. It's not safe. You can return once we clear them out. We will do as you ask. We must live long enough to fulfill the prophecy. And so this is like the part of the game where, I mean, this is probably like 25 hours in, and it's where you're interacting with the Krill and trying to like convince them that you're on their side as the Outer Rim Coalition. And these guys are called Krill Zealots, so like those are their children, and they're basically like hostile to anybody that isn't their own race. So they're basically racist, and so they hang out in the lower levels of the station, and so when they see people that aren't Krill, they just freak out and attack you. Yeah, they are. It is like monks. It's kind of a Gregorian chant vibe. But you can see the more techno-y tracks are really good for battles, like these type of battles.
I'll see you in hell.
But because if you've got like turn-based combat and you're trying to make it like really exciting, like having like a really uppity track like helps. So yeah, that's the context of that one. Now the other one is Cathedral of Rusted Cars. I actually really like this one. Oh, okay. Sometimes RPG Maker has a bug where it just like glitches out when you try to play a music track, and then it doesn't let you play music tracks in the engine, and you have to like literally close it and open it again. But I still haven't found a part of my game that I know that I will use that track, Cathedral of Rusted Cars. It just hasn't been the right moment yet. Like, I haven't had a moment in my game where I would use this track, but I know that I'm going to. I've used it when I'm making documentaries as a hobby, where like some serious shit is going on and you're trying to like provoke emotion in the person who's watching it. And where I see this being useful as a track is like where somebody's given the order to like do some fucked up shit, and like it's in the middle of happening, and you're it's just like where there's no way out and like bad shit's going on, and you just have to watch. You just have to watch it happen. And then maybe some people are dying, and you know, that kind of thing. Let's see what we got here. I wonder if this table will fit. I wonder if this table will fit all to one side of the thing, because it's annoying when you have half of the map or half of the thing in the editor that you gotta. Oh, it will fit. Yes. It actually just barely fits because it cuts it in half. So, you know, see how like when I put it in the middle, it's like half a table, and then I have to combine it with the other half, which is down here. If it fits in the first half of whatever I'm making, it's just one object I can select, which is like way more convenient. But with the Cathedral of Rusted Cars, you can hear the pipe organ in the background like it's a cathedral, but it's got some serious like dark undercurrents going through it. And you know, but also too, that's kind of my favorite type of electronic music, really, is when it's got like normal instruments in it too, and the electronic stuff is just like another instrument. Like in the orchestra, so to speak. That's why I really like this track, for example, Crystal, because it's got traditional piano mixed with electronic, and it kind of has like a good melody And just think of the electronic as another instrument you could add to the orchestra, instead of just traditional instruments or just electronic. And like whenever I look for tracks, and this is just my own personal music taste, I think what makes a track what makes a track where it kind of sucks you in, where you in your brain just goes, oh, it sounds good, is when you have that rhythm and beat. But what makes it where you like go tear-jerker mode, where you like get like sad or something when you listen to it, or you get like a weird feeling, is typically when there's a very good melody to it. The actual like notes that form like where you almost would like hum it to yourself in your head or something. Yeah, I like it when there's a mix. Like, because people oftentimes just go full electronic or they go full classical, and I kind of like it when it's in the middle, when both are included, because you can enhance it because you just have more instruments. That's how I see it. So, I've already found a problem with the table. There's a problem with it, but it's not that bad of a problem. I just have to have part of it cut off, and the reason why is because, as I said before, in RPG Maker, you have these squares, right? And when you're a character in the game, when you have your character in the game, like, That's why I try to do things with odd numbers. Not because I have some weird OCD thing about using odd numbers, but because in a game, in an engine where everything is a square, and your character fits in a square and walks through the squares, they can't go in between the squares. So everything has to be odd numbers. Like if you're going through a door, like this hallway, it's three squares wide, because your character walks through the middle. Just like if I have a computer, like a computer console, I always make it 3 squares across, so that when you walk up to it, you're walking up to the center of the computer. But if you made it 2 squares across, your character would have to either be on the full right side of the computer or on the full left side. You couldn't be in the middle. So everything kind of has to be odd numbers if your character's gonna like walk up to it. So the problem with the table is that the size that it is, see how the center of the table is 2 squares rather than 3? So I can fix it. I just have to move it so that my perfect where it can fit within 1/2 of the thing is gone now, but it's okay. It's not a big deal. So this way you can walk up to the center of the table just by adjusting it, even though this part right here is kind of annoying to have just a little bit of a blip on the side like that, but whatever. Yeah, it's the same thing. But see, this would trigger somebody's OCD. You have like most of the table right up here, and then you just have like a little piece of shit part of it right there. But again, I have to make it so that when you walk up to it, it's in the middle. So there's nothing I can do, even though it'll trigger people's OCD. I mean, I think this looks good. This looks nice. It looks, the part that looks a little off is the bottom. But I think I can paper it over. And what I mean by that is I can put chairs there. Like chairs over the parts that look like shit, and it'll make it look, oh man, the problem is going to be the chairs that have to be diagonal. I'm not going to like that part. Like the ones that are like totally to the side are going to be cool. And the ones that are up and down are going to be cool. I'm just going to try to do what I can to avoid having to make the diagonal chairs, because that's going to be very tough. It's a lot easier to make it straight up, like straight left or straight right. And that's something that I still have to work on, is being able to make stuff that's diagonal. Yeah, doesn't this look like a passable table that you could have like strategy going on it? And in the middle, it's not just going to be black. It's going to have like stars and like a planet with like because the Admiral's office has the table where it showed like the little arrows going towards something. So in this, I plan to have an animation where there's a planet in the middle with stars around it, and then you see like the units going toward the planet as like a strategy map type of thing. Yeah, I probably could have saved myself a lot of trouble by making it a rectangular table, but when it's round, it kind of looks like you have a meeting, like a meeting of the minds, you know. all around this table. Like if you had like a situation room as the president or something. Like that's what it seems like to me with the round versus the square. And then I need like decorations. I need this room to have some... No, it's not. No, it's not going to have video calls. It's going to be like this, okay? So like, I'm going to do like a quick and dirty version of this so you can see. But I have to make it a character set rather than a tile set. Tile set is the maps themselves, and character sets are meant to be like the characters walking around and stuff. But if I make the same desk as a character set, I can make it animated like something happening like a character walking, but it's not an actual character. It's like just a way to make it work. So if I go to, you know, tile sets, planets, and have something like this, like I grab this planet, like it'll be like something like this, where the planet is kind of like here, like this, and then you'll have something very similar to the Admiral's, or not the Admiral, the Commodore's desk around that planet. Like, see his office, how you have like this type of strategy map going on, and where he's like looking at units and where they all are. It's going to be like that, except bigger, and you'll see them pincering toward the planet, and it'll be like they're talking about the strategy like while you see it on the table. It's very simple. It's not much. It's actually kind of easy to do, but the way that it looks like, though, if like you're doing it as a character set, I gotta wait for it to, because Windows is so slow at arranging things by name or date or whatever. Just like, I don't know why it always takes forever. Just give it a second and it's gonna switch to what it needs to. Hey, what's up, German Falcon Gillian? So yeah, it'll be like this, right? So like the way it looks is like this, and you're making a character set. So this would be the equivalent of a character walking. So like if I open an actual character, you'll see that the one side of it is like them walking with their right foot, and then center, and then left foot, and then when you walk as the character, it looks like they're walking like their feet. But I use the same thing for like animated computer consoles, and I usually just go with 3 frames because it's quick and easy. If I really wanted to make it intense, I could do the whole thing where you have 12 frames, but I just try to do it quick, and so that's why this is the equivalent of a character set, but I don't even do the walking left, walking right thing for all the other parts that it would be, and then it looks like a desk with animations on it. Yes, I have indexed. It doesn't matter. It does help. It does help when I'm searching for something. But when it comes to like you're in a folder and it's like, oh, arranged by date. If you have a lot of stuff in the folder, it just takes a little while. And I wish it was faster. When I use Linux, though, it's instant. On Windows, for some reason, it lags to do that, and then just something I have to deal with, I guess. But when I use Linux, it's instant. Like I say, oh, arranged by date, boop, and then there's no delay. But this is Windows, so okay. So what we need to do is we need to make this table as a character set. And we have to make it so that it lines up perfectly with the whole table, and then we remove everything except the black part, because if we don't remove everything except the black part, then, because the character set is only meant to be like one of the squares wide, right? So when you're walking as a character or a person, it makes total sense, because the character never goes outside that square. So when you walk by them, you don't go through them or anything like that. But if you try to do what I'm describing, where you make this whole big table a character, there's nothing that allows you in the engine to be like, well, 3 squares from the center you can't walk through it, but 4 squares from the center you can. So the way I get around it is you build a normal table and it's a tile set, and then you make a part of the table where it's a character set, and your character can just never get to that part because the actual tile set stops them from getting to that part. So the way I'll handle this is I copy the whole table, put it into a new document, and then I select the black circle, and then I say select inverse, and then I delete everything else, and then from there I make the animation. So I'm going to do that right now. So we go file. I did a copy, like we're copying this whole thing. And then since these are 48 by 48, so 48 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 48 times 9. Yeah, dude. Gillian, I fucking hate chibis. I hate them. I hate them. They're very common. Lots of people like them. But I hate them. And for those who don't know what chibis are, a chibi is kind of like this, where you have like an incredibly large head with like a shitty tiny body, oh, okay, cool, yeah. Thank you. I'm glad that you've learned from watching my videos. But this is a chibi right here. It's a very small body with a very large head, and I don't like that. I feel like I kind of struck a balance in the middle. I still kind of prefer the characters to be a little taller. Like, I'm more of a fan of the like they look good. They look proportioned and everything. Like where the head is the right size for what the body is and stuff. I'm also cool with the taller sprites too. So, like, if I go, like, one of my favorite games has tall sprites, and it looks fine to me. Suikoden 2. You know, if you were to play Suikoden 2, you can see the sprites are a little tall. Like I still think the tall ones look good. I just don't like the short one, the chibis, where the head is so big and the body is so tiny. And that's kind of like the default of the RPG Maker sprites is chibi look, and I don't like it. But yeah. So, yeah. Like if I go to the default RPG Maker characters, you can see they are kind of chibi. Like, look how dinky the body is. It's not 100% chibi, but it's too chibi for me. The head is, if you look at the proportions, the head is literally bigger than the body. And I don't like it. I hate it. So, I do the best I can with what I've got. And, yeah, the diagonal. The circle's a problem when you have a game that's like squares and up or down and that's it, and right and left. And you're trying to make it where, like, I want to have somebody sit at this part of the table, but I just can't. or sit at this part. I could if I made them diagonal, but I don't know. I don't think I can. I can try. I'm gonna try really quick, but I know it's gonna look like shit. I'm just gonna like take. Let's say you take a character that's straight, and you try to make them diagonal. Like, let's see what happens. If I try to distort it to make it diagonal. Yes, the chibis do look like bobbleheads. They do. Okay, so let me try this. I know it's not going to work, but I'll try to like distort it so that it looks like they're diagonal. And there we go. We have our diagonal character. But I think it looks like shit. Because you really, literally have to redraw it if you're trying to make a diagonal character. I can, though. What is relatively easy, though, is especially with not with humans, not with the characters, but with ships. If I want to make it look like this ship is heading straight toward me, rather than... Because you can see it's just up, down, right, and left. And that's why I did it like this, because it's so easy. You only have to make one frame, and then you just make it go right, left, up, and down. And that's why I made the ships like this. If I made it so that the ships look different when they were from the side, or they look different when they were up and down, it'd be way harder. But if I want to make it look like the ship is chasing you from behind, it's actually pretty easy. You just do this. And then, like, it's not perfect, but you can see, especially if you make, like, something flowing behind them, like warp drive or something, it really does look like it's coming toward you. And it's you know, it's half-assed, it's quick, but it works. It's a C+ as far as a grade, if you got a grade in school, C+. But that's enough, especially if you have distractions around it, so you don't pay attention to like every distortion that's wrong with it. Okay, so we got our table. We got to make our character set now. I get distracted sometimes, but I try to like explain how I do things because it's like tricks of the trade. Like, I just learned shit gradually over time, and then if you tell somebody or you help them, then they might be able to get there faster, because getting to this point took me like a couple years, and if somebody was there to help me, like at least indirectly, I would have been able to figure it out faster. And again, I'm no expert. There's lots of things I still need to learn too. So, okay, 48 squares by how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So crack out the calculator. 48 times 9. 48 times 9. So 432. And how many vertical? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 48 times 7 is 336. So we need to make a new image that is 432 by 336. 432 by 336. And then we make it transparent in the background. And then very briefly, no, never mind, I'll just do it. I'll just eyeball it. Okay. So here's what I gotta do though. I'm gonna copy and paste this table. But I need to know, because it doesn't paste it like exactly where it should be for some reason. Well, maybe it did. Maybe I did because it selected the whole... Ugh, let me get this over here. Yeah, I think it did. I think it did do it exactly where it needs to be. Okay, so now a character set is supposed to have 12 frames, right? 3 across, proportionally 3 units across and 4 units down. So I will do that right now. Image canvas size. So that lets you expand the size of the image, but without affecting the size of anything in the image. So I just go, like, I start from the corner here. This anchor means where it starts from, where if you're trying to expand it or contract it. So if I go to the corner here and I go to percent, I set it to be 300% across and 400% down. Then you'll see the image gets much bigger, but it is exactly 3 of this across and 4 of it down. We only need to do the top 3 frames. So the first thing I'm going to do is select the black, then select inverse, and just do it like that. And then when I put the character set on top of the table, it will be exactly the right size, and it will have the animation on it. So I duplicate the table, or the black part of the table, and I have to go over to the next section. So we skip a section there, and then I gotta align that center part and eyeball it, kind of eyeball it where... Okay, so this has 3 going into the next square. So we have 3 going into the next square. Great. You know, this part. It's like you kind of got to eyeball it and like use your judgment, because if you make it a little off, you'll see the black circle moving around and shit when you go to play the game. Okay, but there's a problem. I'm not exactly doing this right because it's like there's extra space or something. So there's supposed to be a full square on this side, great. A full square on this side, great. Okay, whatever. I'm going to go back and bring the table back so that I know what the full size is supposed to be. And try to do it this way because I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's the wrong size horizontally. I'm just going to duplicate it 3 times and see. Okay, well, it is correct. It is the right size. Oh, maybe there's supposed to be 2 squares. So there's a square, a full row, and then half of a row between each one. But maybe... Oh, I think I know what I did wrong. I'll just try again. Maybe I eyeballed it wrong. So that would spill over into that, and then we have a whole blank square, and we have to be 3 in on that one. Okay. Yeah, I think I just did one. There's supposed to be 2 squares in between them instead of 1. I think that's what I did wrong. Yeah, that's what I did wrong. Oh, see, I was 1 pixel off. I thought it was 3, but it was 4. Okay, so now we have our table with 3 equally good black squares, or black squares, black circles. And then we go and get our planet again. And I've used this planet for something else, so I think I might make it look a little bit more alien. Actually, I used this same planet in my all my cover art for Starship Origins. So maybe I will use this planet because it has something to do with what you see in the game. And then the other part of the game I use this planet in, I'll just make it something else. Yeah, it does take precision. Like when I first did this, I didn't know how, and it was like, it was just moving around like crazy and shit, and it was just like, ugh. And it took me a while, especially when using the grid. I didn't use the grid before, and it really helps just having 48 by 48 squares, because then you know exactly what it will look like when you are in the engine, and where it will line up when you're trying to deal with characters and stuff like that. So, I think I'm going to make it like that big. And then I think to make it easy on myself, I'm just going to make it so that the top row of pixels is just 1 level above this square, and that the whatever parts on this part of the planet just fit between the squares. I think this is going to look good, though. I think this is going to look good. I really do. With all the little, like, tactical shit going around, like, circling in on the planet and stuff. Like, it's going to look good. It almost feels wrong without the music. So where I picture this track, it's called Dawn of War. I picture this track where you're like preparing for a major battle where you're going to take very heavy losses and everybody's like anxious and they have a heavy heart because they don't know if they're going to live or they're going to die, like, and they're about to fight. Like, that's what this track reminds me of. And of course, when you're talking about battles, it's that military drum again. Anything that involving attacking or military shit, that drum is always kind of key for some reason. I'm gonna find a different track though that's like more fun to listen to when you're making shit. Oh yeah, this is the track I use for my trailer. But this track is also used in the tactical battles too. I've used this in a tactical battle. By default, it seems like it's too uppity, like too fast, too electronic, and like just like really out there, and it seems like it wouldn't work, but it does, and I'll show you. it's like good for a tactical battle where like everything's on the line. So if I go to like the mushroom people story, which is my favorite side quest, by the way, where you go to the planet where the mushrooms live and they are like getting enslaved and used for hard labor. Like I just really liked it as a side quest. Let me see here. Where is it? I'll find it. It's not this one. This one only goes to a certain point, I think. Yeah. Yeah, and it's an older one. I have done a video with it, though. I really have. I'll look for a little bit. If I can't find it, I'll leave it be for now if I can't find it. I could have sworn I did this before. And that I had a video of it. But if I don't, then that means I can release it as a video. Because sometimes coming up with new, like not just re-releasing the same part of a game as you did before is kind of something. But yeah, I must not have one. I thought I did. Would have been a good one too. I mean, it's a good just making sure. Looking over it very carefully. Alright, yeah, and all this stuff is newer and there's no battle of it, so. Oh, you know what it is. Yeah, it is. It when you're on the mushroom planet, it's kind of like where you tell Mushroom King to like get, because I'm just gonna play it. I'm just gonna show you. And I think I have a save that's really close. It's whatever save file I have that you're in the ship. And no. I'm gonna try. There might not be one though. The problem is that I added a plugin. I added a plugin that it works fine, but you literally have to start the whole game over again. Oh, here we go. Sweet. Here's a save file that's good enough. This is your base of operations, by the way. You eventually in the game you form your own government, like where you're getting like settlers to join your cause and stuff, and then you have to like form government policies And so you got like administration, defense, economy, research, diplomacy. And so like depending on like what skills you learn, you'll see your like government, you'll see like your civilization change. So like if you move in an authoritarian direction, you'll see like way more guards around everywhere, or you'll see like exploitation of the planets that you've had join your cause, stuff like that. And see, this is the only planet that's joined my coalition so far in this point in the game. But you know, all the planets you get will be like basically like Congress members or like a Senate type of thing. And like that's kind of a little ways into the game, and I'm not done with it yet for sure. But just so you guys know like what to expect when the game is actually complete. And this is the capital, your capital city. And then this is your space station. This is kind of like your base of operations, but like it's like kind of an abandoned and like ratty space station. Because you're like a scrappy rebel group. You're like, it's like all the odds are against you, but you somehow can win because they underestimate you. Like if they didn't underestimate you, they could have won, but they didn't take you seriously enough, so you were able to gain strength. And see, this is the same ship from Starship Origins, but it's when you're the captain of the ship in the main game. And then we'll go to the oh, and this is a side quest too. So I have side quests where you see stuff like with question marks above it, and then that's a side quest. And so if you do this side quest, I'm not going to do this side quest, but if you do it, that ship will join your fleet and you'll get new people on your team and stuff. And then this is another one. This is like some abandoned ship right here that is broken, and then when you go aboard, you can get a cyborg on your team. Project 17 is his name. But yeah, I want the player to kind of get lost in the side quests, like almost like very Star Trek-y, where they can kind of, so the side quests are literally like Star Trek episodes. And that's how I think of it. And so, you know, if you go to the mushroom planet, I'm skipping past the dialogue, but these mushroom people are being enslaved, like, and it's not right. And the reason why they're being enslaved is because, and I've played this part before, but I'm gonna just kind of move through it as quickly as I can and cheat, basically. Like I feel so bad for these poor mushroom people. I really do. I mean, like, imagine being like a mushroom person and these people from space come and just fuck you up. It'd be very scary. Very scary. And they're under mind control, and because I wanted to make it with this is the thing I like about this story is that it's like it's like if you were to play this part of a game, but it wasn't sci-fi, it would totally seem like a fantasy game rather than a sci-fi game. But like with sci-fi, like fantasy can fit within sci-fi, but sci-fi can't necessarily fit within fantasy as far as I see it. And so I gotta fight this battle, I'm sorry. And you've heard this track before. So this crew, you know, these people are like, they got trapped on this planet, like marooned, and they were just basically like exploiting the hell out of these mushroom people who don't know any better, using direct mind control, the same technology that the ESA uses to keep their troops loyal.
One needs to stay.
And then she's just basically describing that she's working against her will, and that she's been threatened, and she was a scientist that was kind of forced to turn the mind control device on by her captain, by whoever, by Dr. Mueller, who's like some kind of mad scientist who invented these devices to fuck with these mushroom people. And she explains that she was able to decode their language, and that her what she wanted to do all along was like ask them for help, and was trying to decode their language. And her captain and whoever were like, "Don't even bother. We can use our mind control devices. We can take these mushroom people. We can make these mushroom people do whatever we want." And you know, it's sad. It's sad what they can do to these guys. But I have lots of I want to have lots of side quest stories that are just like straight up their own self-contained short stories. So like, if you play the main game, you don't even have to play this side quest. You can just skip it. But the problem is that if you don't get the help of allies, then you won't be strong enough at like later points in the game. Like, you won't have enough ships in your fleet, and you might not have enough team members, because maybe there's like a really big mission where you have to have 3 teams or something, and if you don't have enough team members, then you won't be strong enough to beat the mission. So the side quests are kind of like, you don't really need to do them, but if you don't do them, you might not be able to progress through the main game. And so Mushroom King is basically he's one of my favorite characters. He's really, he's wondering why you can speak his language. He's asking, you know, where you came from, and why you're hurting his people, and it's and he decides he's gonna come with you. And then she says, you know, here's a dampening bracelet so that when we get closer to the device, you won't be mind controlled either, because it's like, how do you bring Mushroom King with you when all the other mushrooms are getting fucked with? And he has a dampening bracelet on, and that's what prevents him from, it's a stupid excuse. I just come up with excuses for why stuff makes sense. And so, you know, when we're, I'll just skip. I'm walking through walls on purpose here so that I can just get to this part. Whoa. They're being worked to death, and sorry, I know I got on a tangent with this music, but I really am almost there. Like, you just gotta see it. You just gotta. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Now here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna skip this part so that I don't actually have to fight these guys. And I'll just walk right past them. Get on the train. Yes, you can. You can go back to the worlds after you've completed the mission, and like you'll see like your troops like helping them in their town and stuff. It's not major. It's not like it's not like all this shit happens on the planet after you leave. But you go back and it'll be like your troops have a visible presence there, and it'll be like where you're really helping them or exploiting them, because on the side quest planets you can decide what to do. So on this planet, for example, I chose to free the mushroom people, so that's why Mushroom King joins you as a permanent character. But you can choose to you can actually choose to leave the mind control device on, and then you control the mushroom people and exploit them if you want, if the player wants to. I need to make it so that these flying drones don't drop items because they just float there. I need to make them so they just don't drop items. So you're in the facility where they've taken over everything, and we're almost there. And this is a dungeon, but I'm cheating right now just so that I can get to the part I want to get to faster. Any word from the team stationed at the Mushroom Village? We haven't heard anything in hours. The labor flow also seems to have stopped. This will affect our timetable for leaving the planet. We lost contact with the mines. Hopefully it's just an equipment malfunction. We sent a team to investigate. What about the interceptor drones? They've gone missing too. How's the progress going with the device? It's almost complete. We're in the final testing phase now. Too bad about the commander. It's hard for the crew. In order to get home, we've had to take actions which many would consider unethical. But we had to. There was no other way. The commander wasn't willing to do what it took. We had to lock him up in the meantime. Probably for the best. We can sort this out when we get home. We should get back to work. We've been standing here too long. See you later, Hank. Their second in command has been detained. The commander. He thought building the global mind control array was going too far. The situation must have escalated after I left. We must destroy this device. We're out of time. And you can get the commander back. The commander, joins your team. Not as a playable character, but he's commander of the ship that was in orbit. You get that ship after this is over. And it's a carrier, and carriers can launch fighters, which are a separate unit in battle. So here's the commander. Let me out. There's no way to get home. This is nuts. Or there's other ways to get home. I'm sorry, sir. This is under Captain Smith's orders. I wish there was something I could do. You. Yeah, you. It's Commander Riskin. Open the gates. What? And then this is only one guy. I feel sorry for this guy. Because he just gets mobbed by like 7 people at once. He's just doing his job. He's just following orders. Whoa, who are you guys? There wasn't supposed to be anybody else on this planet. We're with the Outer Rim Coalition. Our sensors noticed your ship. Oh, Outer Rim Coalition. The new kids on the block. Reminds me of Novus before it became like this. But there's no time for this. Open the gates. Let us out. And you can choose not to let him out. You can solve this side quest in a number of ways. So you can be the good guy and help this guy, and then he becomes part of your crew and everything. But if you decide to keep the mind control array online and you decide to kill this guy, you can get the villains of this side quest to join you instead. So you can literally be like an evil, like a force for evil, if you want. You know, okay, we'll let you out. And I usually like to be the good guy, but I made it so you can literally kill people. Like, as a storyline plot, you know. So I'm just going to go right to where I need to go. I'm going to save. And what I'm going to do really quick is I'm going to make it so that my grenades do a shit ton of damage, just so that I can like just so that I can like beat them in an instant, so that we don't have to go through a boss battle, because it's a boss battle coming up, and we're right there. Like, this is we're pretty much right there. And I know it took a long time, but we're here. So you have like these guys. You have a mushroom person in this chamber. Excellent. Only a few minutes now. Do you think this is really going to work? Absolutely. The first devices were more general purpose. This one is tuned directly to the brainwaves of these creatures. It will have a profound effect on their neural pathways. Thus, the amount of labor available to us will increase significantly. We'll finally be able to get off this miserable rock. So sick of breathing in these spores. Proximity alert. What? Who the hell are you? Kara, what are you doing with these guys? I'm sorry, Dr. Mueller. I couldn't continue hurting these people. Answer his question now. You can be like, we're with the Outer Rim Coalition, or we're shutting the shit down. We're with the Outer Rim Coalition. We found your ship in orbit. Somebody found us? This was unexpected. Yes. Now that you have been found, There's no reason to activate the device anymore. You can all go home. We can't do that. What? Why not? This isn't just about getting home anymore. This device, we could use it to defeat the ESA. We have to continue the research to win the war. These mushroom people are a small price to pay for a safer galaxy. A few thousand lives to save billions of them. It's no contest. That's not your decision. Leave our home. You're not welcome here. Ah, it speaks. I'm sorry. We can't let you do that. And then the music starts, and it's epic. But it will be that first there's this boss battle with this music, but then the music just continues into a tactical battle. No, this can't be. No matter. You're too late. This is Captain Smith. We're under attack. Full alert. Get us out of here. The controls are locked. I can't shut it down. There's only one chance. Your Majesty, there's no time. I need you to hop into the chamber. What? No. It's the only way. Your dampening bracelet will protect you. That effect will be passed on to your people. You will be able to speak to your people. If you don't do this, they'll suffer irreparable brain damage. They'll be dead inside. And there's no other choice. I feel them. I feel the call of my people. They are coming. We will get our revenge. Send in the troops. Get us out of here. Bring the tactical interface online. And then, you know, it's an epic tactical battle where, you know, shit's going down. You know, the explosion on the Western Wall was a success. Risk into Outer Rim Coalition, we're ready to move. And so, if you don't rescue him, the commander, he doesn't have like his own rogue military unit in this battle. I'm just kind of enjoying playing the battle. Sarin 2 mortar. Okay, this might crash the game, but I'm going to try the everything dies now attack, which is an attack I created so that I could skip the tactical battles, but sometimes it crashes the game. Not always. And so there's one enemy left. But I think this music fits. It seems like it'd be a little much, but in this case, it like totally works. And then the mushrooms, because Mushroom King can speak to his people, you have like the mushroom soldiers coming in too. And then after this planet is over, it might be a situation in which you have like troops in your army, and you can pick the mushroom troops if you want. They might not be the best troops, but you'll be able to have them because they've joined your cause after this is over. And it's, of course, it's a primitive planet, you know. These mushroom people, you wouldn't even mess with them if these guys weren't already enslaving them. But look, I want to show you an example of where you can be evil. Because Mushroom King wants revenge, right? So you, at the end of the mission, you've caused great harm to my people. No punishment is good enough. You deserve death. And then you can select, and there's lots of things like this in my game, a lot. You can select either hold on for a minute, Mushroom King, or yes, they should die. So if I go, yes, they should die. Yes, they should all die. They've killed countless members of your kind. If you let your guard down, they'll do it again. You're absolutely right. I'm going to enjoy this. Off with their head, all of them. Except for the good sky people. You can't be serious. Oh, I am. That felt so good. And then see, they're all dead now, and now when it comes to you, Commander Riskin, there's nothing for us back in Nova's territory. We'd be executed on the spot. They betrayed their ideals anyway. I'm blown away that these mushroom people killed all of my former crew. Well, I wouldn't have done the same thing. I truly don't blame them. Our teams have nearly repaired the warp drive on your cruiser. The Titan? She's salvageable? She'll need quite a lot of repair work, but yes. What's left of your crew, would they be willing to fight for Outer Rim Coalition? And then, yeah, things move on, but you can be evil, and if you are evil, your reputation follows you. And so in a later part of the game, you might crucially need somebody to trust you, and then they won't. Or there might be somebody that's a villain that joins you because you're evil. And then, of course, all of this leads to different endings at the end. There might be like multiple endings to the game. So that's the part of the idea for that is to have replay value. So like maybe you play the game, you beat it, you stop playing it for a while after you've beaten it, and then maybe you go back and play it again like 6 months later or a year later or 2 years later, and then you make different choices this time, and then you get a different ending. You know, that's kind of my idea behind it. It's not 100% linear or anything. So back to business. Yeah. Where is the slipstream? Yeah, well, you know what? It's actually Station 11, Earth. That's where it is. So, So see, I have these little tactical ship things. So we're going to make it where this is going to be tough too. Although if I align them with these squares, no, it won't be that bad. duplicate it, and then we'll turn it backwards or turn it horizontally. And we'll do something similar here. Yep, happy day to you as well. I'm actually getting kind of, I didn't meet my goal of getting the tactical battle going, but I do think I'm getting kind of there too. But I do think that by the next one, which I plan to do probably like Monday or something, I'll be able to pull it off. But take it easy. Have a great day. I'm going to work on this a little more, but yeah. expect that, but it makes sense. So many little details. A little bit too looks a little bit too uniform. Yeah, thanks. I'm trying to make it as good as I can. I kind of fucked up where the pieces look like they're moving too, like, jittery, or what? Not jittery, but like too uniform. Like, I don't get what the problem is. I feel like I did it like the other one, but it's just like, it looks like it's 2 frames and not 3. Oh, maybe it is 2 frames. Maybe it is 2 frames. Okay, we got frame number 1. And the second page should be frame number 2, not 1. That's what's wrong. And then, I don't know why that happened though, because I copied the other event where it wasn't like that. So let's see. Yeah, there we go. That looks okay. Okay, 1, that does look okay. What I might want to do though is I need to make it. I need to make it so that the Raven has something to do with on this map. Or maybe not. Maybe it just looks general, and then, you know, when it shows the actual strategy map, like what I showed in the previous part of the video, then it might show more details. I don't know. This is just supposed to be a 3-frame animation, but I think I want to make it. I think I want to make it so that I want the Raven to be part of the battle. Yeah, it has to be part of the battle. So, I need to make the Raven, like its own unit on this, like a square or something that stands out. Like maybe something that's yellow. To be its own layer. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Paste layer style. Right now I'm at the point where I'm like 5 hours in, and I have a lot to do. I have more to do than what I thought I'd have to do, and so I'm just like powering through it though. Like I'm just setting my intuition to just quit right now aside, just so that I can get this done. Because I have to make a trailer, and I need some gameplay footage of the battle to show the trailer. And we'll make it so that the Raven is stationary, like it's just kind of parked in orbit or something, so that I can get this animation done quickly. Now we'll see what this looks like. But the blue ones still look like they're 2 frames. So I must have done something wrong. Yes, the blue ones really are 2 frames, but not the rest. That's the problem. Yeah, but you're right from earlier that this part takes precision. It's a little bit more fun than for me than the making of the maps. Like actually making the rooms or whatever is like not my favorite part. I like making the graphics for the rooms, but I don't really like making the rooms themselves. I just see it as like I gotta make a room and get it out of the way, and then, yeah. Yep. Talk to you later. I am staying as long as I can. My brain has the urge to quit right now, but I'm just kind of like powering through it and ignoring the urge to quit. I don't know how much longer it's gonna last. It might be another hour, but it might be like 5 more minutes. I just don't know. Usually, like, my max limit is 6 hours. So I'm getting there. And today, I wasn't even, like, the most into doing this. So I'm at 5 hours now. Like, in a row, you know. Let's see how this table is after my revisions. It's always a challenging part, is like whether you can go under or over the table. Alright guys, my motivation right now is capping out. I'll try to do something soon so that I have to get that space battle if I need to get the trailer going like in the next few days to advertise the game. And I need that space battle. I feel like we made good progress today, but to took a little longer than I thought to get this table done, and it's done now. It looks good. I think that I can actually release this as another tile set, like a piece of a tile set. But yeah, my attention span is clocking out right now. So until the next one, thank you for joining us, and you guys take it easy.